There we go. I just sit here listening to that for like while I'm waiting for everything to like go live and hit the start and all that. And I'm just sitting here listening to the theme music just slowly. Is something broken? Am I bad? Is today not Monday and or Thursday? Hello, everybody. Happy Monday. Can we hear me? Can we see me? Testing, testing, testing. Welcome back to Bill Chill Gaming. We are back. We are beginning the final case of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, part 2 of the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy. Why did Apollo lose top billing? I don't know, but it was union stuff. Phoenix Wright Diva confirmed. He has to pay for all those children's educations and foods and beautiful trips with his husband. But we are back playing more Ace Attorney Dual Destinies for the first time, starting Turnabout for tomorrow, the final case, where things have not been going according to plan. And as we ended the last chapter, Apollo is off on his own, and I'm assuming we have to assemble the attorneys, because now Athena is being accused as the culprit of this murder mystery. And we're also getting a promise of finding out what happened to Athena all those years ago that involves why Simon Blackwell went to jail, I guess. These are the parts of Ace Attorney that I live for. The culmination. But yeah. Welcome back to Bill Chill Gaming. I'm Bill. Get ready as we start the final case of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Hope you enjoy the stream. Please remember to like, share, comment, subscribe, consider donating or becoming a member, or donating at thethirdbill.com. I've been editing and writing a 15,000 word script right now about K-pop Demon Hunters. So I swear I'm going to take some time to start doing the thank you videos for everyone who's donated. Basically, since the move, I've completely spaced on that because I've just been doing a bunch of stuff and trying to get everything set up and back on track. But thank you to everyone who donates. Thank you to the channel members. Consider hitting that join button and becoming a member yourself. All that money goes back into the channel. It helps me pay for games, pay off equipment, and then all the rest of it goes right into Bill's bills, like the internet and the electricity, to bring you more gaming. So it all goes right back into it. I do not make a lot of... I make like 10 cents on like ad revenue. It's all donations and members. So thank you everyone who donates who can. Thank you to all the channel members. Let's roll the names. Hit that join button if you want to join and get cool members only perks and content and stuff. Thank you Haley, Twelfin, Ari, Kurt, Rebecca, Polyphonica Studio, Owie301, Robeson, Lucy, Nicole, Cheney, Eggs, Ashley, Warlock, Jammer, Richie, Adam, Always, R.A., Cheyenne, Altonia, Lucas, Skyworms, Happy Hank, Unwinnie2, Pseudonymous Entity, Bells, and Jesse. And yeah, if you can't donate or join right now, or you don't want to, you're helping out by hanging out. Just make sure you do all the free stuff too. You know, hitting like, leaving a comment, sharing the link, following me on social media, watching an old video or VOD. You get it. Click stuff. Subscribe, ring the bell, check the settings, set them to all so you're notified when I'm doing stuff. You don't have to click on it, but it lets you know. Because I do a bunch of different things and YouTube doesn't like that. So you never know. Bill might randomly do something that's not deeply embedded in your algorithm, but you might really like. Or check out stuff on my main channel. I did a bunch of K-pop Demon Hunters videos, and I'm working on a third video, and I'm hoping it won't be as long as the others, but it probably will be. I'm going crazy. But yeah, we plugged, we're clicking, we're hanging out. Oh yeah, consider donating directly to me at thethirdbill.com. Or pick up some merch. Look at that from Pride. That's the same button that used to have the Ace Attorney inspired merch. Go check that out if you haven't. Haven't switched it back. Plug, blah, 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 blah. Links in the description as always, next to my merch store and P.O. Box and all that crap. There's a link as always in all my videos and streams in the description to a card for social awareness, mental health, crisis science, Trevor Project, things like that. Should you or somebody don't need them. All right, click the stuff so Bill can pay for games and his rent and bills and food. Alana's modding. So I'll be really kind and generous. She's recovering from a migraine. She's being very brave. For the record, I did offer to not stream tonight.
And I said no.
No, I have to know what happens.
Anything for my fans.
Anything for, yeah. Also donating to me donates to her. So you're also donating to Alana when you donate to me. So, come on. I did. Yeah, I got you a pretzel at the mall, which with cheese. That's because of you. So please donate. I need to make that pretzel and cheese money back. All right. Yeah. Blah blah blah. Plug. We stalled long enough for everyone to get situated and ideally be notified. Who knows? All right, I'm ready. We have to save another kiddo. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to call the stream, but I felt like it wouldn't translate that easily. But I wanted to call the stream Athena Got Maya'd. But I feel like it wouldn't have worked. All right. Yes, please. Anime. No one can escape their past. God, Jesus. I forgot how intense that visual is. Because we did watch the cutscene last stream. The sins we've committed. And the sadness we've caused. Full transparency, we saw this in the last stream. I'm not one of those people who lies for views. Like, look at that. That's... Can they please do an anime of these games, too? No matter how far we run, our past remains. As ever present as the moon in the sky. Like, I can't believe how hard they decided to go with this one. Like, I started this game going, does Apollo know who his mom is and who his sister is? Because we do. And now here we are. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. And we're about to come full circle because this case is going to end on almost Christmas. They took Athena from the courtroom, straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. No, my children. Where are my other kids? Phoenix shouldn't be alone right now. Where's my husband? After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would all... Do it. Swiss rolls me, you cowards. Do it. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. Trucy! It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah. It seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. But now, Athena's the one who's being accused. No, I remember. Don't show it to me. Oh, yeah, we're just recapping. Okay. During the trial for the thingening and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. No, I remember. Oh, yeah. I also think the detective is either being forced to plant and alter evidence, or he's just planting and altering evidence. The lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena could have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. Yeah, Athena doesn't think. You're right, kiddo. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Yes, of course I will. Yeah, who asked that, Trucy? And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. Yeah, that'll put it at what, like the 23rd, 24th? If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great, but before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Bless you for letting us do that, at least. Also, we get to go investigating with our kid. I don't think they've teamed up like this before. Maybe in the DLC. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So, Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Feels like just yesterday I was here with Athena. It's because you were. This guy. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic scooter, full speed ahead, till we find the prophet, full speed ahead. Director? He scooted away. I blame Tumblr and its musicals based on books. Who would make a musical based on a book? His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Right, yeah. Everyone say goodbye to the entrance. We were here only yesterday. Man, it's fun when I do it. When Phoenix does it, it's sad. Hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yup, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and gave me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. Ooh. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they could put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. Whew. Is this gonna Swiss rolls me? Be honest. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was gonna be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. What is it, Swiss rolls? You don't remember Swiss rolls? From Ace Attorney Investigations? Like, that destroyed me. Remember when I found out why chat calls Gumshoe Gummy and I got really mad? And I got, like, destroyed? Yeah, I'm using it as a verb. That hurt. I think about it. I think about it all the time. Everywhere I go, I see those Swiss rolls. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Chat, you have to be more obsessed with me. What do you mean? What do you mean by Swiss rolls? What do you mean? What do I mean? No, that... There's a lot that I love, especially in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Swiss rolls hit different. Different. Hank. There's streams you haven't watched, Hank? No, that's fine. I get it. They're crazy long. You have to live your life. You have to go to work so you can pay your internet bills so you can watch my videos and streams. I get it. I get it. Trust me. I get it. Like, share, comment, donate. Donate if you want me to forgive you. Yeah, that's Ace Attorney Investigations 1. It won't make sense without, like, if you just dive into it, because it's the flashback case of that game. But it's when Edgeworth met Gumshoe. That one hit hard and different, and I've never been the same since. Is he gonna be all right, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark, after all. It was a shadow of a man. I dance in the shadow of a man. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was one of the binary genders? Which gender was she, tall or short? The two genders. I don't know why that meme always gets me. The two genders, and then like it's something with a binary choice that isn't gender, because gender doesn't have that. The two genders, tall or short. I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door is open. What? What, Daddy? The door is open, Trucy. But what about Athena? Athena's coming with us. We could finally go to other worlds. The door. Yes. Yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure. Let me have my print scanned here. He takes out a picture of his hand and puts it on the scanner. I just realized that his hair looks like a rocket. I'm a dunce. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist. Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear ya. Times sure are tough. Just getting tougher. Consider donating, becoming a member. I use that money for games and rent and bills and food. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure. Let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Leaves! Mother Nature was the killer. I should have known. Huh? The planet has waged war and I must fight back. Sets fire to a bunch of styrofoam and plastic. Yeah! Throws non-biodegradables into the ocean. I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes? There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern, state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. It was the Dark Magician. The Dark Magician was the killer. Can I turn around? So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Trucy, just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2. I thought, yay! Yucky, do I have to keep this bloody knife? I mean, this blade covered in juice? Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Corridor, hardly. Do I show him anything or do I go? The entrance. Yep. Curse the wrench who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away. Until we find the prophet. Director Cosmos, wait. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that! I'm so proud. Oh my god. What did she do? The mobility system has been compromised. Trucy's knife? We gave our daughter a knife? I didn't sign off on this. Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. And the streak continues. Trucy's the killer. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Honor I hardly. Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up. Wait, what? Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. See you, Space Cowboy. Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Wow, there's no justice like knife justice. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed, and I've been taken prisoner. Yes, I forgot the Magatamas came back. Let's go. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. The spirits are telling me that you're full of shit. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this. Can I do that now? Yay! The Shadow Realm. It smells the way I remember. Behind the switching launch pad. You know, I appreciate that we went with tech and everything for Athena and Apollo's weird, what is it called in Paddington? The hard stare. I do wish that he had, given the Magatama to somebody. I love that it came back. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the 2 launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see, where to start. This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to prevent the thingening? To save the astronauts. I feel like that's all the same. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual thing. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree, you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of... Oh, Clay knew. Athena! Bill, no. Clay.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Taryn to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Someone please help this poor prisoner of war. How is he able to spin around like that? Trucy, take out the other wheel. You got it, Daddy. Just throws another knife. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the thing incident? Well, that's because... I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut safety. But it was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? Because I went to one of those... No way! I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh? I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the... Oh... That made me really hopeful that we were going to have Return of the Kiddos. I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The thing person contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. A cell phone? An old one at that. AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while, planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The thing person said it's been a while? And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Dr. Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a thingening once before. Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. Oh, shoot. The Hat One Miracle? Or the courtroom? Yeah, the Space Center. So the Hat One Miracle. Right? I think, yeah. The Hat One Miracle. I kind of miss calling everything Barcode Incident. I won't lie. The Hat One Miracle. That epic story of survival, the musical. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery, but in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about that the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank. Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes,
The Hat One miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One miracle?
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Oh. Simon Blackwell.
Take that!
Duh. That's like his defining characteristic other than Bird.
It was Clocko.
Maya Fey. What? Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here. The murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
How do you keep seeing straight through me?
Oh, I don't see straight through you. Pride flag behind him. Ah, just like the good old days. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat One miracle, the sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding.
No. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat One miracle?
The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme.
So it was Mr. Starbuck. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. It was music, rock and roll that we wrote on the moon. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old loaf through those
A what? Oh, leaf.
You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
So, do you have any... Why'd you say leaf? Do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
Whoa, what? A spy? You mean someone who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl? Or boy? Or non-binary? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about thinging up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Sam, Alex, Clover, detention center now. Totally Spies? No? That came back recently, didn't it? Didn't it have a video game? Is Totally Spies back?
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught. But it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? Phoenix. There's a good reason
We failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed, and then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? But then, 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it?
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the burner, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me.
Yeah, the government totally sucks.
We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. Honor, I hardly. It was quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. Phoenix. For a man who fell in love with a prosecutor, he knows what's up.
But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I stuck it to the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go.
I would not have had this voice stay on this character if I'd known he was going to give us an exposition dump.
That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed repair sign at the door to launch pad 1 and boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taryn.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it?
Nah, he's an idiot. He'd already been...
Fair enough. Go off.
He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Clay's murder.
Clay's murder, huh?
No, that was part of the plan. After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort, Taryn is dead and the hat too is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for.
Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Taryn. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. What kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for anal lysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Taryn's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launch Pad 1. But I gave it to Taryn before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the thing. The idea was that, with it safely in Taryn's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost in that thing anyway.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launch pad thing wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as...
Yep. Calling it now. I'm going, all my chips are in the pile. It's the detective.
It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence.
Gumshoe would never. He's not my real detective. I knew it from the start.
It was the courtroom thingening from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens.
Yet another casualty of that blast.
Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How?
The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my abandoned communication system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone that I've spoken my social security number into many times. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan.
God, I really regret this voice.
Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion.
And planted the thing then. Yes. If they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. He's a phantom. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me one say. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. 4-star airs. That case happened right here at this very Space Center, too. So we can find this phantom. That's right. We can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. It's still an if, though. And he's been assaulting us with tiny knives and swords and a bird. So, you know, he's got to have to do time for that. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. Yeah, J-pop yokai hunters, let's go.
Yeah, it's all over for me. Spin, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed.
Do you think he's gonna be all right, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. If we're going to keep talking about mediums and spiritual enlightenment, can we please... Where's the cameos? Where's my family? Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh, wow, look at that photo of the team. Smash, pass, smash, smash. Josie. There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everyone looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article, too. Hat 1 launch imminent. There's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat 1's team uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. It was the person who was stabbed. Look at that rip, Phoenix. Come on. Or exploded? Something happened. Someone died in that coat. Or was gravely injured. Hello? Juniper, oh no, kiddo, go home. You don't want any part of this. Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here?
I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene.
You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her.
Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Go on, Juniper, sit. Tell me all. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? You don't do background checks on your employees? She used to... Wait, what? Oh, hypothetically, I'm like, she never had a home. She lived at the museum. She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? Wait, do we mean literally? No, I didn't know. I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you please tell me more in detail? Can we just play the flashback, please? Thena's mom worked here. Oh no, was Thena's mom hot? Chat, help. Chat. Thena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. Hot. I love women in STEM. I support women in STEM. Look at me. I'm a man who supports the women in STEM. But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. Probably because it was traumatic, Phoenix. Okay. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. A sad Sometimes I wonder what Edgeworth sees in him. A sad memory. Can you tell me about it? Can you tell me about it? I read that weird. There was a terrible incident here. It was 7.5 years ago. Oh my God. It was 7 years ago. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Athena's mom in the robotics lab. No. I didn't want to believe it. She was murdered. What? What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. All this time, she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters, but I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case? That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy. The music's really good here. What was Athena like as a child? It's giving Final Fantasy VII. Hey, Robeson. How you doing? You made it just in time. You missed a bunch of sick references, including a good Mythical Morning reference. That was the Women in STEM song. That was not an original. That was just a sick cover. You're welcome. She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know. We know now. I can't even picture it. Does she not draw in front of you? She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. Oh, her little Miku headphones. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Huh. Wonder what kind of research it was. Probably the whole listening to the discord in people's hearts thing. Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. Damn. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture. Atta girl, good idea. Right, I have to present. No. Oh, why doesn't it just have that picture then? Hey, do you want to see this picture of the thing literally behind you? Fix the, as someone who makes thumbnails way too damn much, terrible thumbnail. 1 out of 10. Might click. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look, there's Thena's mom. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes? Metis Sykes. Metis Sykes sounds like a Pokemon. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected.
That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Murdered.
So this is the murder Detective Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? She held that all in? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day's through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. No! Fuck you! I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Steven. Magatama just throws it at his face. Yeah. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonete. The one behind the courtroom thinganing incident? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about the Kase. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over here to hear more. Get Trucy to throw the Magatama, absolutely. Our fanfic is starting to take shape. Good job, everybody. Incredible, what was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? Haha, I give you my special permission. Here comes the thing person now. No, I'm here to talk to Athena. You, what nerve you have to come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. I think I'd waste my breath on you. Ugh. Forgot he has 3D goggles. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence, no. Question, okay. No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tenate. I love that Phoenix is, like, beating the hell out of him with words right now. You do not mess with a mama bear's cubs. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you thinged up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't thing up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. What voice did it? But that's who blew up the courtroom. That's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops. So I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth, I did not detonate the thing. Someone set me up the... it's an oldie. And there you have it. We can't exitly ignore his claims of course, so we're going to do a follow-up. We're even analyzing the thing itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they laid it all out, piece by one piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. The one piece is real. Uh-oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. The phony I forgot about the little elephant devil boy. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwill's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. How much would it suck if you had a fear of birds and Prosecutor Blackwell was the prosecutor? I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. Get away from her. You're gonna see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Yeah, no, it's him. It's him. I'll put money down. It's him. Get away from my client. Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Yeah, we're gonna have to kill that guy. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. And after we came all this way, too. Well, guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab. Robotics lab, Daddy. All right, sounds like a plan. No. I had just, like, mentally prepared myself to see Athena in the detention center. That's another video. I don't even know what channel that would go on. But that's another video I would love to spend way too much time talking about is the Ace Attorney anime. Because it's not a visual novel, they can have that scene where Phoenix is like covered in rain and cherry blossoms as he's been like trying to find a lawyer for Maya in the second case, but the first real case. And the detention center obviously then hits that. Oh. December 20. 12/20 Blaze It. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking as someone who works with robots. Yes? Daddy, look! Over there! Hottie, 12 o'clock. Oh my god, it's Apollo. No, never mind, I take it back. I thought it was going to be Simon Blackwell's sister. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right? She is there. Never mind, it's canon. Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Get away from him. Apollo, you're not old enough. Apollo and Aura Blackwell. Wonder what they're talking about. Well, well. Come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. Mr. White. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. She can do that to my brain if she wants. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out, and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Oh, she's mean. Grr, Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course. Athena is innocent. Oh my. Such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? Apollo! Go to your room! I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? Throw a knife at him, Trucy. What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. Oh no, she's haughty and she's mean. Still would. Ahahaha. Apollo, what the hell? You're ruining this for me. I can't. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Whew. All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Because of the jacket? Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That's not something to joke about. That's real. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries, Mr. Terran? Mr. Terran, how are your injuries, Mr. Terran? I guess Clay intends to hang around to... Oh, I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. Should the takeaway here be less she's bullying me and my disciples, my mentees, and more she knows her brother didn't do it? Chat, can I still fix her? A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. More like a spirit large. Phoenix, you're kind of a spirit medium. Come on, buddy. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I've seen ghosts, lady, all right? I intend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about it. Also, the first girl boss baddie of this series, Mia Fey, was more powerful and more beautiful than you'll ever be. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like Seven. Yeah, okay. I think the focus should be more, for me, should be more on she just knows her brother didn't do it. Just like 7 years ago. Does she think Simon Blackwell took the fall for Athena? Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or you just want me to talk? Both? In that case, what should I ask for in return? Got some kisses left over in my pocket here. I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. But, Miss Aura, that's private information. Tisk. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Lucky. Good guy, yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. But still got it, still got it, still got it. Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metasykes? What is that supposed to be a pun, a play on? Dr. Metasykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Kingdom Hearts. Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metas transcend humans. Lucky guy. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Yo. That feels less in memoriam and a little more... a little more, a little more roommates coded. Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companies are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. And her daughter? You dick? The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? Thank you, King. We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. Shadow, the ultimate life form, is still up there in space. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. Yo, are we doing this? Is this canon? Vibes? Let's go? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. Wait, what? No, go back. Go back. Maybe we can make it happen if everyone donates and becomes a member or donates at thethirdbill.com. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. What did Capcom mean by this? What did Capcom mean by this? I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Sigh. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Right, that's my first question, is Clonko and Ponko. Thanks, Phoenix. Never mind, I guess everyone's just really good buddies as they buy a ranch in upstate New York with tons of dogs. Clonko's an important keepsake for our time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? Have you heard of the Door to Darkness? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too. That's usually what we do here. We solve several crimes at once. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yeah, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. Now she's listening to us. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. That's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. Say it, Bella. Say it. Vibes. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Huh. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Because we locked her in a tower for 7 years? Well, she is Metis. I need a laugh right now, okay? Well, she is Metis' daughter, after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? What the hell, dude? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. I can fix her, chat. It all makes sense now. I'll show her empathy. And she'll penetrate and blast me like she does those robots. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. Add Nunya to your court record. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. Oh my god. That robot's so lucky. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now, Klonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Don't push. My apologies, I'm just following orders. Phoenix Wright is out of usable evidence. Phoenix Wright blacked out. Phoenix had to take his adopted children to the Pokemon Center. Doot. This is like Maya, Pearl, Apollo, True Seed, Athena, just like having little lollipops sitting there in the waiting room while he wakes up. I need this. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. Yeah, and we lost Mia, the greatest baddie of them all. Hello? Sigh. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. Yeah, I guess that's true. Did she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm gonna keep an eye on him. Wait, I'm all alone? Trucy, come back. Please, someone show up to keep me company. She's gone. Huh. What should I do now? Is this the first time Phoenix has been alone since Maya was in jail? Huh. That ringing's still in my ears. Victor Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Please, 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 please. I'll cry, please. No? Hello? Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. And you're not alone. Can we get an F in chat for the Bicon MFA? When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that... Why can't we just say her name? She was along by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Please. I'll cry. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Don't just do this. Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this writing. Yeah, I recognize the drawing that Phoenix still doesn't know about. Oh. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must really been something, although weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you up. Watch them with Dad. Edgeworth, my other father. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down. I needed a little lift. Oh, stop. Okay. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. I believe you, I was there, Phoenix, controlling you every step of the way. I got through that whole trilogy without eating any jewelry. I'll recap this for you, son. This Magatama I use on Cyclops. Maya's the one who gave it to me. Is she not gonna show up? But I wonder how this letter got here. No! Yay! Oh, I'm gonna lose it. Mr. Nick? Oh! Ah! Oh, shit. Oh, I feel 1,000 years old right now. Hey, kiddo. Oh, god damn. Oh, shit. Oh, it's you, Pearls. And her little theme. She's tall enough to where her face is above the buttons. Oh my god. Pearl in 3D. How have you been, Mr. Nick? Pearly. This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who's also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months... Was that during the DLC? Hello? Can I be a part of that instead? But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big thing here. Your office doesn't look any different. No, Pearl, kiddo, buddy. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Be my assistant, buddy, please. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more. Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearly said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Give her a ramen burger. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Yeah, no shit. Oh, God. Oh, man. It hits me right in that freaking, like, because I haven't seen my sisters in way too freaking long. But it's like, you know, being away for a while, or when my sister was off doing all that, my younger one, it's that same feeling as like seeing them after a while, and like, you know, their style is a little different. They're taller, but like also look so recognizably them. Like they really capture that. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. Pearl, don't say whip. You just concentrate on your work. No, Pearl, come with me, damn it. Dude. No, come with me. Pearl. I don't want to be alone right now. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. No, bring Pearl with. No. What have you been up to? How are you? Where's your other dad? Fuck you. Goddamn Ace Attorney. Oh, mama. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. Ugh. Aura. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell? Oh, right. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Tomorrow is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please, try to calm down. All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. All right, Francisca, calm down. That's what I want to feel by the end of this case. I want to feel like Prosecutor Blackwell is what would have happened to Edgeworth if he had been arrested for the crime he didn't commit. Ugh. Wow, I could cut the tension with a katana. Katana. I hardly. That didn't work. Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Dono. This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. I tried to keep the energy up. My bad. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell? Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. There he goes. Prosecutor Blackwell chooses death. Come on, man. We've done this before. No, we've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? You did it, didn't you? Trial 7 years ago. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police call the incident the UR1 incident. Oh my god, there it is. Let's go. We're back to the incidents. It feels right. Right with a W. It feels Phoenix right. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. No, I got it. I don't want to think about that. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence as a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? Were they? Let's see. No. Oh no, we're back. Oh no, we're back. The first was some secretary camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ugh, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. Guess I'll have to see it some other time. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. That's not a photo of the moment of the crime. Sus. You're all sus. See? There he is at the Creme Sene holding a bloody katana. It was the victims kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. Be hard to explain this one away, what with us being in California. Katana added to the court record. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Huh. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. But how is he deflecting my Magatamas? Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his... Damn, we're still doing that? Good, that means Von Karma and Morgan Fay are dead. It's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you just say? What did you say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me, you didn't hear a thing. Who's he going on a date with? No, Phoenix. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is, Jesus, tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. So is Kristoff. No, Kristoff has like 6 more years. That was only a year ago. Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Oh yeah, when there's no tomorrow. Damn, I didn't think of it from that angle. I feel pretty confident we're gonna fix this mess. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackquill would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. That would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. Yeah, I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative? When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What? You got to be kidding. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. What kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines... What? Uh-oh. 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 Did any of you let them paint? Thank you. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taken the visitors as hostages. Jesus. They did what? No. Oh, shit. Fucking... Trucy. Alright. Get Edgeworth on the phone. Time to kick some ass. We have to get Wright over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. Phoenix Wright. Oh my god. Yo, this game goes way too hard. Hello? What happened to ghosts in my freaking Big Titty Bicon? What is happening? What happened to unnecessary feelings from a man with an ascot? The riot police are here. The robots really are holding people hostage. Huh? Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarming around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? Yeah, I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people A, what's going on here? No! Pearl? Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. Jesus Christ, I have to put freaking tracking devices on all of you. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Klonko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something? Did I error? Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him. Kill. Phoenix Wright throws his Magatama and it pierces its face. Yeah. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Ha, Klonko? Jesus Christ. What is happening? Ha, human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. The robots are rebelling. Everybody run, Eek! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Ha, fools. How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. Wait, what? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. That's creepy. Good use of the, I guess, art? Wallpaper? Huh? There's something being displayed on Klonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy, is that you? No, Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. Hey! Gert, this girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. Edrith is going to kill you all. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now, hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick... Jeez. What is happening? Oh my God, what is going down? No wonder this is the rated M for mature one. Jesus. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait. Gah. Mr. Lawyer. I could know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I'd better go contact headquarters. Now's a good time to remind everyone, please donate if you can or become a member, because I don't think I'm going to be getting too many monetization options on these streams. It's getting dark. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, I hardly? Could it be? If you don't, yup, I thought so. Why is it that I always gotta crush on the baddies? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have hunk of junk kill all the hostages. Princess? Hunk of junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I could use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Jerk, jerk, jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. Also, we are robots. We are genderless. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Wow, this is just like my life for real. All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You could still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly? Yo, is Apollo down with this? What is going on? I just remembered Apollo was there. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Retry it in court? Recreate it? Retry it in court? Because that's kind of what we're going to do. Retry it, yeah. It's going to come up, I promise. These games have a way of all coming full circle. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. He, ha, 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 that's good, real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour, get a courtroom ready. Oh, it's on. I guess that, minus, like, that's crazy, like, the hostages and stuff, but I guess that is, like, at least different than whatever weird virtual boy we played in Apollo Justice and, just a flashback case. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. No, yeah, he did it. He did it. I'm putting down money. He did it. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a process. Please, 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 please. No. I need to see him. I've been inside him for 2 games. I need to see him again. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will. And I guess I could be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But hunk of junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that. Now follow, hunk of junk. Riot, police, make way, we're coming through. Meet mo, meet mo. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the... Yay, thank you, Pearl. I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Holy shit, what is this case? What is this game? The Judge-tron? Oh, shit. Please don't be a robot. Please be him. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. Pearl, I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright. It's the hostage taker. Kill. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. Please, 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 please. Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Shut up! Woo! Oh, look at those lips. And his car! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! It's just how I pictured it. It's just how I pictured it.
I trust you've been well.
Right.
Kiss. Oh my god, he's wearing glasses! Kill me! The king is returned. The king is returned. The king is returned. Oh my god. Oh. I never knew I needed Edgeworth with glasses. Why wasn't this just the whole game? You're just as beautiful as the day I lost you. Oh my god. Like fine wine. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? I thought we agreed to meet tonight for dinner. This is Miles Edgeworth. We know who he is, Phoenix. Shut the fuck up. We've been together since we were kids. I don't know what this F word is. We faced off in court a number of times and faced on in the bedroom back when he was a prosecutor. But wait, what? Pearl gets to see Edgeworth. Hell, shh, get the fuck out of my way, Pearl. Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? Oh, hot damn. Oh, Daddy makes money now. Oh my god. He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Like our relationship and why you said friends in your mind? That's right, I can tell. Oh my god. Oh, the glasses make him look like his dad. Can we get W's in chat? Can we get Pogs in chat? God damn. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR. Look at... Oh! It's not as magical as his 2D sprite, I won't lie, but that cheeky little angle... He knows how to get Phoenix Wright to turn into putty in his hands by flashing his jawline like that. Oh my god. Oh. The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top to find my bottom. I gathered all the information. Oh my god. I thought maybe Spirit of Justice, because he's in like the far background every time I boot up the game and it shows me art. Oh, look at him. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. Mwah, and a kiss. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks. I appreciate this. Or thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. Oh my god, kiss! I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Jesus Christ. What a terrible way to die. Pearl, you're still 16, right? 17? You're too young to be looking at this shit. 17. Yeah, not allowed. Or I guess technically she's allowed to see an R-rated movie, but no. 2 more years at least. What a terrible way to die. Both of your dads are here and they're letting you look at dead body photos? This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. 7-year-old photos in the corner. I also have the autopsy report for you. You're not going to update it at the last minute, are you? Remember that? God damn it, I can't believe he's back. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yeah, I keep doing that. Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. Prosecutor, I hardly. Oh my god. I have to change the thumbnail for the stream. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared at only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. A security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? God damn. He's so tall. To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. I know, the part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. Remember those psycho locks? Ah, yes, the sideshow locks. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. We got Pearl back for like 2 hours, and she's already wrapped up in all this shit and has seen pictures of a dead body. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you could prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together. But how have you been? What have you been doing? When did you get glasses? What am I clicking on? This workbench. Oh my god. They're all a workbench. I guess that's a desk. None of this matters when I can't see his face. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Thanks, Phoenix. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. Oh my god. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? They were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me. So they plan to use the bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Right? Yeah, more or less. Less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Nora Blackwell. Wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag, but how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Why don't I get to see Edgeworth meet Apollo? Or Athena? Or oh my god, or Trucy? Do you think he got a good laugh out of everyone going, daughter? Or do you think he too freaked the hell out and then realized what they meant? So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Alright, now what?
Massive robot.
Robot. This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge-tron. Wow, they're replacing everyone with AI. JT02. Like, share, comment, donate, subscribe. Especially if there's something you want me to do. Cha-ching, cha-ching, please. You can't control me for free, but for money that I need for rent and bills and food, and also games, and paying off all the equipment I've had to get? I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago, either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there, too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? No, that's a Pokemon egg. It hatches into an embryon. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that,
but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
Oh, Athena. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the result could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we were in a new space race with every country out there. So the person who stole it think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. All right, now what?
Charging station at the back.
What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. Boo! That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Misora will do to us while we're down. Oh, Jesus. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Hand? Robot stuff? Next.
Hey, robot arm.
Click. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of stuff? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. Or to capture woodland creatures and put them in little ball box things. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I'd better not think about it anymore. Boxes or no?
I have chair in middle of room next.
Alright, fuck those boxes. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body laying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. Oh, Jesus, Pearl. Don't touch the... Oopsie. Pearl, cover your eyes. I don't know what this is about to do. Oh, it's building a robot. Ugh, through the beehole. Do you see that? It's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Ladder? I hardly.
The ladder.
An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lower the emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Because you told me to. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Why do I love you? Transponder on the desk?
The desk on the left.
Just the desk.
That should be the last thing.
Let's go. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. What does she mean, straighten it up? Where is she learning this from? Look, okay, I'll talk to her. Wait, before you do... Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Klonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When... Jesus. When Mother died, Miss Aura was... confused. Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura? With the loss, she exhibited a severe... I know this word. Catecholamine imbalance. I believe the kids call it gay panic. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then, Jesus, and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her request was ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her... Oh. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Ponko and Klonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit. Yeah, because that's why he kept calling Apollo Clay. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine... Oh, I just read all this. Recognize people by the ID tag or facial features. They can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Oh, is that where she got... Is that where Athena got... Gadget? Gizmo? Thingy thing? Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Nothing. Just wanted to get you wound up. It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. She did an experiment on her daughter, did she? Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep. He called it a special request. He only gets 2 of those every year. He usually saves 1 for our anniversary. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Oh, shit. Wait, what? So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yep. The Blackwell case. God damn it. Is this all in the DLC? DLC's nuts? Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Ding. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. See? We're establishing their constant communication. Come on. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. And what's this? Hello? I wasn't invited to this phone call? Is this all DLC? It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah. It's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. The dark age of the law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean... That's right. He's talking about my case, Prosecutor Blackwell's. Oh, the little demon elephant, I forgot about that. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. Ugh, I gotta lean up, I'm hurting my back. Oh my god. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. Ugh, it sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. Maya. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course. Yes, 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 yes. I'll do anything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? See you in court, Edgeworth. Oh, and at the trial, too. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. Do most of your activities these days not feature a lot of eye contact? I'll stop being gross. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago, but I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Rat. Her bright yellow and blue and her red hair and then all that gray. And pearly, too. I knew you'd come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Heh. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. Also, your other dad? Oh, Edgeworth's here. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh. So you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. It's alright. But there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. AMA, chat. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to. That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. Yes, Pearls, we did a good job raising Pearl. Shout out us. Morgan Fay could never. Can we get a W in chat for the death of Morgan Fay? So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. Thanks. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. Yep, called it. You mean that big rip wasn't synonymous with death and a murder trial? That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes's? But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. Second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. God. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the things. When I woke up, no one was around, so I just went out into Board and Lounge 2. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum? Of course I believe her, but will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots? Robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. Oh, damn, kiddo. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that, dredging up all that old stuff. No, this is healthy good. Are you kidding? No need to apologize. I guess her life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones? She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation, but I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me are Widget and these dope earrings and this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe, too. Dude, that's... I don't know. I like when little designs come full circle like that. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Robots with a heart? Yeah, I was gonna say, probably not her mom's autopsy report. Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Clonko. Yeah, my mother made them, and I grew up around them, you know. Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them round and round. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." That's really sweet. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. Oh, Jesus. It looked just like, wasn't there a part of, that's part of it, right? It looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yeah, a little. And this person is even taking hostages? I guess I better spare the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yeah, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. Ugh. He was very kind and considerate, straight as an arrow. The hell's that supposed to mean, Athena? She's going through a lot. We'll let it go. Unlike now, where he's more... What's that supposed to mean, Phoenix? Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. Jesus. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anyone else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. That's coming from Pearl. Pearl's is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. Nothing I said did any good. I was a shaken and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I become a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I always realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. Ooh, doesn't seem like Athena knows. And Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned that there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What'd he say? I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to. Back then. Sorry, I thought she was going to keep going. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Phoenix, that's not how it works. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah! Kill that guy. I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble, eh? We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. The destroyed one. Excuse me. It's very difficult to interrupt a trio once it's underway. The broken one would be so badass. Nice. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to... Jesus Christ. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. Poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? Jesus. Don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I can do. Yeah, see it? At least it isn't the main center point, but I'm like, I know Trucy's not in danger. It's the same with Justice for All. But God, when that bass line kicks in... Mwah. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Wait, what? Maya? Yeah, holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. Jesus Christ, she has more superpowers? Maya Fey is evolving. It really must have been something, although weird is par for the course with you. Yeah, yeah! Love will be our battlefield. A courtroom. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use. Time's up. Too bad. Any last words? Jesus. Yeah, objection, bitch. Or, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? Wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. Fuck yeah, dude. Why is this ripping so hard? We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one thinged up by the thing person. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. Guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. It just happens to be badass, okay? How about it? You ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Huh. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention it's not Simon you'll be defending? What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. Game on, bitch! She didn't do it either! You'll be defending the little princess there. The one behind the glass. Oh, does she think Athena thought she could fix her mom's injury or whatever and put her on the chair? And it roboted the hell out of her? What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about, Athena? Of course. Why did it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell's innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I? Jesus. Did I kill my own mother? No. No. No! Let's fucking go. Jesus. It's so devastating. Stop. Enough. Go back to 2D, please. They're freaking... Haven't we only seen this like one other time when they turn black? No way. It can't be true. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black cyclocks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. That gave me fucking chills. What? Why isn't this the whole game? Why is this just... Oh, final couple of cases? I guess we'll just rip way too goddamn hard. Did you have fun going to the pee-pee-poo-poo lawyer high school thing? Anyway, Edgeworth's back, and so are Cyclops. Go fetch, you nerds. I think the high school trial should have been the DLC. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now. That was insane. Was that true? I thought we got through the black locks. I barely remember. Holy shit. Yes, please. Remember to like, share, comment, subscribe, donate, become a member. Donate at thethirdbill.com. I did a little research. I looked into those special Cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red Cyclock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yeah, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black Cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there? Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclocks. According to my research, a black Cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Blue. Oh, sorry. Universal just texted. We can't say for good anymore. Jesus. I'm so stoked. Pearls, could you stand by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. All right. But will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. Plus, I know his weakness. It's a spot behind his neck and his earlobe. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, Pearl, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. All right. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. No, I wanted Pearls there with us. Phoenix deserves a buddy. Apollo? Apollo. Psst, psst, psst. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Ooh, excuse me. Defense, prosecution, and judge. The Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost of law. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. We are young. Heartache to heartache we stand. No consequence, no demands. Both of us knowing law is a battlefield. Also, the AC fan turned off right as that like black screen hit. I'm like, why did everything get so badass in my room? Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or I'll start hearing the bones of the hostages, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious, very proper traditional trial of Athena Sykes. Oh, boom. Daddy's eyebrow is up. God damn it. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. King, what did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. His hands get bigger? Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. I just love his glasses. That case ushered in the odious, dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we find the real truth behind that case today, precisely, the darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. I felt that in my holes. Heart! The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. Oh my god. We're so back. We're so back.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have.
Smash.
For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it. If the two of you are ready.
This is amazing.
Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
That's so badass. Calm down. Calm down. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. God, I feel like I'm 24 again. Oh my God. The wind, the destroyed courtroom, like Jesus Christ. You don't understand. They did kiss. That is their version of kissing. They just fucked in front of everyone. Oh my God. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. Oh my God, and he took off his glasses. And they're in his little pocket. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is light, innocent. Sorry, wrong amazing game. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So do you have any clue who's responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. Spy, spy, spy.
The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. It rolls off the tongue. God damn, look at that face. Oh, my husband has returned. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. My husband and I are role-playing that this is like a case from back in the day. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Feels good to say. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. On all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking, having a little fun, like the old days. Remember? The parrot, the bird, Steel Samurai. No? All right. Good job. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. F in the chat. Smash. Athena's dad's gotta be hot too. Or a robot. The victim, psychologist Mita Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were 2 deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2, this photo, which captures the moment of the crime. Which, no, it doesn't. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. King! We love to see a man go on such an arc. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I say. No, he's not a puppet, he's a puppeteer. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness anyway? He did it. 100% he did it. Calling it, yep. They'll call me a madman. But I was the genius all along. Bobby Fulbright's the name. Injustice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy with the confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And through her current actions, though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the Senate at the time that they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a secretary camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And the camera captured the footage of Blackwell leaving the Senate with the case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year-old video updated at a court record. The Kase, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there were no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. Not nearly as impressive as possessing a ghost and exercising it, but whatever. The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading, not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting... Is Athena Sykes an X-Man? She shoots lasers out of her eyes. I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. Oh, we're back. Oh, we're back. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Jesus, guys. Order. Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Miss Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please, refer to the notes. Oh, shit. God, doing all those voices really fucks with my oxygen levels. It does. It messes with my breathing, and that's what you got. Press or present? Which one? Thank you. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Hold on. But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that Kase, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that Kase? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to you. Because he was stealing it, King. Why use the size that's the most convenient? For this reason, it would make sense for him to pick a different one. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock. Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Yeah, the moon rock. Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Yes? Right? Play game. Yeah. I don't like that you call my gameplay methods bluffing, but okay. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. The arm? If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Any luck, don't fail me now. All right then, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Right? I guess the arm. It's all bandaged up. And it looks like there's blood on it.
Take that!
Please notice, there we go. Let's go. Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. Right? I don't see it in the second picture. But if it's just a piece A junk, how important could it be? Is it really such an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? That's how you know he's been off the dating scene for a while. Am I right, gamers? He's in a shit about OnlyFans. Your Honor, right? OnlyFans is still going. Right? They didn't take that down yet? I don't think so. Okay. Your Honor, about this robot part, does it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. Was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in that case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. The wild robot. What? Oh, they got little boxes for the robot. We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Whew. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But, Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor, I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. Yeah. I really don't get why it's the picture in the museum and then the picture when you open it, but whatever.
Take that!
Boom. The robot in this picture is named Ponko, but take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the scene crime. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling her? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. I'm assuming I got that right because we're still going. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash with the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Nick? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point here.
Objection!
God, that was a bigot. Hello? Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart. But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? You know what a katana is, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean. It's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. Oh, that would explain why there's red on the bandage. I was wondering about that earlier, but I just thought it was the coloring. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Why? This is information you need for a conclusion you want. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Oh, she wants to blame it on Athena. Nah, my head, my body, where am I? My head, my body, got... Order, in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. This is my last resort, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Hooray. Yes, finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer, because I'm about to break, to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent. Well played, Mr. Wright. You found your point. You've made your point abundantly clear. Whoa. Something happens when he calls me Mr. Wright, and I couldn't tell you what. So is the idea if we clear both their names today, in the final case, there is no defendant because we're just trying to figure out who done it? That'd be kind of cool. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the... Oh no, now I'm sitting up too straight. Hold on. "'Tis the weight of the burden I must bear." Stupid microphone. Hold on. Like, share, comment, subscribe, donate. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. All right, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. So true, King. Go off. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. The hootie hole theory. Thanks to the defense. It's kind of hot. Edgeworth has been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding... Edgeworth, I know you have a fantasy about being held by one arm by a man, but... or someone. That's hardly evidence. Oh, shoot. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found in the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, higher. I need to sit right on this chair, otherwise my back and butt are gonna hurt. Oh, God. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item. of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. Oh, shit. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as those headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp, indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that... Oh, the bow in 3D. It's almost as good as the original. Concludes the prosecution's argument. Yeah. Order. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. Oh, yeah. The robot that can remember your voice, face, registers people's clothes. Yeah, no. Yucky. Gross. Throw it out with these fingerprints and bloodstains. Back to my hunch. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. I don't know why my brain did not want to say that word. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Let the robot take the stand. Let the robot take the stand. Let the... It has the same energy as Parrot. Order. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright. Wow, I slapped my leg. Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. The craziest one saved my life and began the day I could finally admit my feelings for him. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Sir? Whose ass did I save? And pound? Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Uh-oh. If we have a robot take the stand, that means we're acknowledging their humanity. Oh no. Oh no. Delete. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that. But when you're at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. No, this is Patrick. Say it with me, Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. It's a shame I can't make a joke about that, since nobody's donating here at thethirdbill.com, so I have to be respectable. Haha, you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precocious. Didn't you have a grandchild in the original trilogy? Am I nuts? All right, Ponko, I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Miss Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you could give us your testimony today? Did we have to give the robot boobies? I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. SS Cool 100, thank you for the 5. Make all the dirty jokes you want. If he's so inflexible, then explain this fan art I found. If Edgeworth isn't flexible, then how do you explain all these children? Bill, is that not where babies come from? Oops, you're right. I guess they just do it for pleasure instead of procreation. Let's go. Phoenix adopts daughters and the judge adopts grandchildren. How wholesome of you. Thank you, SS Cool 100 for the 5. Oh. He may be inflexible, but I can make him bend to my will. Ugh. And then Mommy Metis fell down. Anyway, back to the sad. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. Wait, what? Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness' statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? What? You expect me to give you a kiss with that mouth? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. And I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, Wright. A cross-examine would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. Wow. Suddenly Edgeworth is making more money. He just wants Phoenix home with dinner ready. Tisk tisk, King. Tisk tisk. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Implying that he likes to Edgeworth. Okay, I'm done. We've tapped out at Dirty Jokes for $5. Donate more if you want more, or donate more to stop. Anyway, oh my god. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. All right, press to present. Okay, which one? Okay. Just about to charge up. Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know.
Hold it!
Yeah, I see a world where Athena, as a child, is trying to help her mom. I don't want to delve too deeply here, but Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. Blah, blah, blah. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Yet, I think her mom collapsed and Athena was trying to help her. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I do not know. I started recharging just then. All the unlucky timing. If you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about the table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement? Yeah, that's not where the body was, and a little girl could not move a grown woman's body like that by herself, under duress. There is something. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Ponko played jazz music. Mommy Midas fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. I guess photo of the baddie? Yeah, 7-year-old photo, because she's not by the window there.
Objection!
Boom! Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. You have to do the little side scroll maneuver just to see them. They're not even in the same piece of background art. Exactly, Your Honor. You've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. Yeah, this is worded really weird. Because I also... Athena's not in the defendant's seat, it's the robot. So I'm like, a robot moved the body? And I'm like, no, Athena as a little girl did not move the body. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Whew. I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Jesus Christ. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? And who do you think picked out the baby blue vest? Phoenix? I don't think so. If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her, but Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then, who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me, Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes. Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has that ID tag, I can't tell what it is. Oh, but you would have known it was the doctor, though. An ID tag, you say? An ID card. Remember that? Call back. Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell what a thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their space suits or uniform jacket ID tag. So it would appear that Ms. Ponko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? Go off, King. We stand an anti-AI king. Well, we do. Well, I do at the very least. Miss Ponko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Gah! Whoa! There. Oh my god. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it, draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't what? The victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. Edgeworth, just because you're gay doesn't mean you can objectify women like that. Dab. Alright, but Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means... I hate it when he does that. A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. Right, and an 8-year-old is going to think this all through. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Are you mad because I cried it up last night? Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like magic to me what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting this young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It makes me think of my grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Edgeworth, Jesus, when did you become so cynical, my darling? You're almost right. I think she used the table thinking she could make her mom feel better. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. Thank you. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table,
Hold it!
not to pull her apart, but to put her back together. Don't say it. Just stop. Please don't break up. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. Fuck. Sorry, that just went on its own. Order. Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Huh. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. What happened, King? What, were you some sort of evil young Sheldon as a little boy? Is that what you're trying to say? You could have done this? I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more or less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility. But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can also make repairs. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting. Yeah, no shit. Edgeworth, what happened, baby? But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. Raising Kay Faraday changed him. He's seen her dismantle and take apart many things. He's had to make her return all kinds of stolen goods. What do you mean? Not all of us got to raise young, adorable little psychic girls. We had to raise thieves, criminals. I did the best I could. After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. Also, you thought you killed your dad as a child. Baby, I think we need to get you back to therapy when this is done, okay? Just a suggestion. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecutor's claim? Please? Evidence. Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Phoenix, stop being distracted. Maybe he's just not used to going up against him like this. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Oh, shit. Why didn't we hear his voice do it then? But Prosecutor Blackwell. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle that I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years ago, for 7 long years, this case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell, please, go ahead. Since we're making content out of your life, sir, what was your last meal? I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes, but when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either. Of course. Meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred... after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the word of a wind-up.
Objection!
Oh god. Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet... Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close
Objection!
today? Oh my god. You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. I brought coins. These are Chuck E. Cheese tokens. It doesn't specify what coins. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell? Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad, even now I want to fly out here and go save him. Save him. Save him. How can I lie to Athena? But I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocent in this trial. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Oh my god! How? What? Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Is this allowed? Whatever, who cares? Her power might just be the thing to get us through this. Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
I still hate this minigame thing, but God, that's badass. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. Fuck you, that's good art. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Oh, yeah. Not being heard no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I want to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But, Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then the only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out. Hell yeah. Simon, please give me this chance. This chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and face the truth. Athena's being so brave confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who could be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. We'll work on the catchphrase later, kiddo. She's going through it. No notes. I love that, though. Fuck this gameplay element. I love that, though. Anyway, all the emotion and tension is leaving. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Angie. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. Happy, Angie? I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Happy! And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. Happy! Why were you happy, Angry? Back when I got to the robotics lab? Why'd you feel so happy there? Are you a criminal? This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet. I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Oh, shoot. That took like 40... wow, okay. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes, but the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Ugh. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Angie went to the Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. I gave little Athena the head pats. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes. Happy again? Damn. Oh, now oh no, now he's scared. Oh, God, I hate this. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Huh. Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Gah! He can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Search. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. 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 My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. I definitely need to work on this voice more, but it definitely gives me a little more freedom. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Rat? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Ooh, excuse me. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Oh, god damn it. It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell's lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on the lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already. I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Nothing's gonna harm you, no sir, not while I'm around. Toby! Shit. Testimony or emotions? Does it matter? Oh, emotions. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know and I can easily switch over. Oh my god. Oh, now he's surprised? And sad? Oh my god. He's surprised. Okay. Saying it out loud kind of helps. He's surprised and angry? Angry and sad. Shoot. Because he heard her come in. Okay. Surprised that Athena was crying? Sad that he heard crying? I hurried over to open the door for the robotics lab. No? That's, yeah, sorry. I was describing the image. I hurried over to open the door. Surprised? Yes. Yeah.
Got it.
God, that is like oil and water on my brain. Because I don't tell people how the fuck to feel. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Tisk. Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight, so I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. Huh. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Rat, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Shit. Did I fuck up? It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Some might call him Katana Man. Alright, what should I tackle first? Testimony or emotions?
You already did emotions and testimony.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was go back to it or not. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. All right, let's give it a... Oh, right, because we can just move this back. Okay. On the final case, I'm slowly starting to understand what we're doing here. Okay, we can go back and forth now. So now I can use evidence again. Oh, boy. And I don't see the Simon Says wheel. With a feeling of dread, I open the robotics door just then. Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. That was my last resort. Press and present. I thought so. Human with their heartbeat. Recognizes people. Facial features. Once the face has been registered. So not that. Katana, the victim's staff jacket, and a card found nearby. No? Shit. No, photo of the crime, because he wouldn't have gotten blood on the arm if he did that first.
Objection!
Let's go. Oh. Shoot. Oh, my back hurty. Like, share, comment, donate, subscribe, join, become a member, donate at thethirdbill.com, link to the description, blah, 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 plug. All right, we're back. I took a nice little plugging break to stretch my freaking shoulders. I'm so hunched. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. Every time I do, it makes me go-to. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. Savior, hardly. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. Don't do that to me. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it. So then, it must have been the victim's blood. That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. Shit. Nah. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Jesus, they were people all along. No, Your Honor. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Nice. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Oh, I'm sorry. You're about to tell me that not only are you dictating how people should and shouldn't be feeling, what is and isn't strange, but people can have more than 4 emotions? All at once? Inside Out had at least like 6. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Oh my god. I remember that night I just might... Jesus. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door, and then... I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Am I just not supposed to do anything? That terrible scene. I guess the lab? Ponko. Blackwell? I don't get it. I don't get it. It wasn't letting me do Athena. Okay, there we go. Ponko? Ponko, no! Stab, stab, stab. Justice, justice. I am Apollo Justice. That's why he's covered in bandages. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Dono? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. Fuck yeah, is it animated? It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor, and standing between the two. Yeah, this is what we saw. Covered in blood was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes as she sweetly said, God damn. Good luck sleeping tonight, dude. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. Jesus. Thank you, Gav-Out15 for the 2. That's why this game is rated M. Is it? I mean, that definitely has to be a factor. I thought it was also because of the things. Also, I know you meant M for mature. Donate again? No, I'm kidding. Fatur. Well, yeah, my brain didn't even register it. I was like, yeah, M for Fatur. Yep. God, that's such a strong image. I appreciate you at least spelling it out, but yeah, I have no idea how YouTube feels about that, but yeah, like the thing, exactly. That's what I saw, and now you have it, the truth that you so desperately wanted. Yeah, guys, this could be very easily explained, but I get it. Love the visuals. That's not the angle I was thinking of, but yeah, when I was like, I want more like of that like scary supernatural vibe that like we really got from the end of Trials and Tribulations with Dahlia Hawthorne. I wasn't thinking of make me feel a little more scared from a true crime thriller angle. I was thinking like ghosts and whatnot, because that's usually what scares me. The little girl covered in blood going, I'm going to fix mommy now, is fucking terrifying. That's so sick. It is still frustrating that I'm like, no, I can see the path in front of us here. I feel like these intelligent grown men could also figure this out. But goddamn, was that so cool that I really don't care. And that's how most of Ace Attorney works. That's so stupid but I really don't care, and that's so cool that I really don't care. That's you could sum up like I'd say 70% of my thoughts about Ace Attorney. It's super cool, so I don't care about the specifics, or it's so dumb that I'm willing to ignore the specifics because there's other cool things. But God, that was cool. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. Oh, kiddo. No, nobody. No. Hold on. You were trying to fix her. Ugh. I tried to take my mother apart. All right. Good luck sleeping tonight, dude. Maybe they couldn't show this part animated. I want to see the cartoon move, thank you. No! God damn. I hate it when it won't let me move the text box on my own, but God, that was sick. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena, as I said, Wright, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all. It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain. So she worked tirelessly on her research. Fuck. Yeah, I learned from fucking Godot. Fight me. Donate to your king. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? They were to help you. Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena, it's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Fuck. Your power was so much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that? Fuck. To somebody who loved me so much. Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame for yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Sphere Center grounds. Fuck. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? That's a good line. I'm not, but this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything. Even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. I love that so much. Like, they talked about it so much. He's even accused of it before, right? But like fabricating evidence because winning is what matters most. But here it's not about winning, it's about caring. Fuck. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Rat. Yeah, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. Fuck. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? Fuck. In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would please, take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Rat and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena, Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hand and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Rat, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Kiss. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. God, that gave me chills. Let's fucking go. I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off from herself. Self. Yeah, take a break, science. We're magicking this shit. Let's go. There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. God damn, I don't want to read that again. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now. Fuck. Oh, the katana. Yeah? Drip down her fingers. Boom! I'm gonna Ghost of Tsushima this shit. You can't get blood on your fingies? That's what the little guardy thing is for. Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. Then you weren't holding it on the business end, kiddo. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's no trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're rad. Oh my!
Objection!
Daddy, stop. The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minute detail. But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a second. Did I think of something? I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memory mean? The defendant used a different weapon. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana. It could help me prove her innocent. Fuck. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be, exactly? Right. Of course he would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you just say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Yes. Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. Oh, the utility knife? Oh, see, I thought that was a weapon set with something missing in it. But then the way he introduced it as another blade at the crime scene, and then there it is.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing... Oh, I was kind of right. Man, this is me and Ace Attorney all the time. I'm right, but not how the game wants me to be right. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around. I don't like how mean Edrith is being. But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Oh, of course I knew that, once you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. Thank you, King! but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. There's a stabby thing missing. Come on, that's not even the right logo. There's a stabby thing missing. You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
King, come on. This isn't you fudging the truth for your perfect win record. You didn't notice? I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. If we got the life-size steel samurai, it would go perfect in the foyer and the bedroom. Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. One life-size steel samurai in the house is more than enough, and it goes in the garage. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools? The pamphlet? The book? What?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm like, can I just look? The knife go in, go burr, but there's like 5 things with the logo on it. Thank you. And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gyatso logo, Your Honor. It's one of all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyatso is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gyatso logo at the entrance. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyatso, huh? Isn't that the name of the new Federal Space R&D program? R&D program? R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now, but... yes, just the tool shown in this photo. Ew, this freaking lunatic, the murderer, used the same murder weapon both times. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot... God, I'm such a genius. Praise me, chat. It could complete the Gyatso logo. So it would. Then that means... admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Ugh. Order. Order in the court. Thank you. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. She stabbed the murderer. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be... are you changing the premise of your entire argument? Okay, they're making this go on a little too long. Now Edgeworth just seems like an ass. I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon. Not at 8! And then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackquill carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand, for you've just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands. No, it matters not whether the murder weapon was the katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes, and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true, and the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Oh, Christ. Now he's having a brain chess match blast. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Oh, because it could be someone else wearing the mom's jacket and confused her because it was on the ground next to her. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. That means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. What could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Or who? Someone else.
A third person was at the scene.
If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering... their own face, I guess? Yeah. Yeah, their own face. The person. But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system, too. Right. And Athena's mom was already dead when Athena got there. With Ponko, who was watching Athena. Okay. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko could have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they are. Water hurt. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Meet If the culprit posed as the victim,
The person hid their face. The person posed as the victim.
if the person posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. The jacket.
The victim's jacket.
The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it, but that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit.
Athena stabbed the real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit.
That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Brain blast, bitch. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished playing chess with himself, let us bring this to a swift end. Poor man's still pissed that Reputation Taylor's version still hasn't dropped. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby... I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. And, you know, that mind chess technique you told me to do, it kind of worked. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yeah, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. God damn, don't show me the freaking Higurashi when they cry slide again. The moment you use the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? Nice. No time. Not enough donations to address that one. According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You used to say you love my smile. Huh. You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Klonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you at the sick bay? Bay. I know, baby, I know. Too long of a flashback. Fix it in post. There was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket id tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's id tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. The mother was already dead. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. I was in court. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean? Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible! Engie Edgeworth slouchy. A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order! In the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Fuck, that was terrifying. Yeah, I remember Oh, kiddo. Can we get her some water or something? Athena, what is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he... What did he do to my mother? My head... Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! The Black Cyclops. They're breaking. Oh, thank God. I'm like, are we almost done? I can't do this 5 times. That's sick. Also, that mask was in the background of something already. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Oh. They're gone. The black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then, it's all right. I'm right here. Ooh, you're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man? Shut up, yeah, exactly. Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Fuck, I was right. I'm a fucking genius. You might as well just donate at thethirdbill.com and become a channel member. I was right. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. Yeah. Gumshoe would never. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her. I had to fix her. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Yeah, thank you. It's almost like an 8-year-old wouldn't think, what a great opportunity to murder someone. It would be, oh, I'll use this machine to fix my mommy. Come on, guys. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom. Yeah, it was my mom's Japanese theater mask. Yep, there it is. Fuck me. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. Oh, shit. Like, literally? Or metaphoric? It can go either way at this point. A phantom. It would seem. Like, that could be, that's why Blackwell called it a phantom. Or it also could be, oh yeah, ghosts are fucking real and something possessed him and some dude fucking put it on. We know who it was. I know who it was. That a new suspect has emerged. And that means all suspicion against Miss Sykes. Yeah, you've been quiet for a while. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect. Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. Fuck, that got me. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotic lab at around 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at 2 p.m. to recharge, but just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Meatus was really the killer in disguise, right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Christ, baby, I think so. The 7-year-old video? No. Oh, it is the 7-year-old video?
Take that!
Because we could find a different point? This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Almost like it was an inside job, just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. Bum, 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 bum. There, please stop it right there. Yup, it's the detective. My final nail in the coffin was stabbed in the hand, which means it's someone who wears gloves. Let's fucking go. It's just like you said. There is a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That was Dr. Sykes's? Dr. Sykes's? Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Good luck sleeping tonight. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for a regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time, all to disguise the real time of death. Edgeworth, let me have this. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright. What? You just saw the guy with the bloody hand. Edgeworth, honey, we're over time. I need to go to the bathroom. But I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Oh, fuck me, Rev. Oh, Blackwell brought it back? Oh, duh. The killer brought it back. Because he's a cop. Because of the detective. This literally goes all the way back to, oh, you had to pick up Mr. Taryn's body and take off gloves. And I'm like, he did it. He 100% did it. I'm convinced. I've put my money down. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. You know, like when they come in to check for evidence and shit. Contradiction resolved. Because, yeah, we keep talking about how fucked up the lawyers are. We haven't talked about the police. Gumshoe's gonna kill that man. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose the mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. How are we almost done? God. When did the culprit have a chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. Yeah. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probes capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports of those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, then the robot knew who it was. It might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? Yes, Wrightworth for life, baby. Right or die. I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, Wright. Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Are you actually conceding? Finding true love has changed you. Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Fucking King, please, we're done for today. We need to get more evidence and reconvene and hug everybody. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong. Damn it. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Midas and who repaired that love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. Huh. How unlike you, Aura. Midas was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that? Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Gay. A great sense of pride in our scientific community. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted. Oh, shit. Okay. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? What? Did she need a roommate? Someone to spend time with her at her ranch full of dogs upstate in New York? Aura, there is something I've wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Midas's murderer is. What? You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom, the person Blackwell's been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. Oh, so it's just a coincidence? Boo. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day a miracle occurred and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's coworker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions, so I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that's why the robot's gonna have his identity on file. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes? Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes's results and the recording were surely among his targets, but his search for the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. Up my ass. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Oh, he put up the bird's ass. It was his handkerchief the whole time. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? That music is weird. It's good. Here, you can see for yourself. It feels like a Alice in Wonderland, like, platformer vibe. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. You better hold on to this real tight. Phantom Psych profile added to the court record. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart, don't you see? That was cool. This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. Thank God. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever, do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Good one, King. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? Hey, he was already there. As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. I must declare you guilty, but in reverse, to undo the spell. And now the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Who? You're dead to me. You... Apollo, you motherfucker. What are you doing? It was supposed to be called Apollo Justice Dual Destinies, you fucks. Apollo! Later. Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Fuck you. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Oh, thank God. Okay, it's fine. I was about to say, this is why I only should have adopted only daughters. Holy shit. Okay. Cool to do a little cliffhanger. If it was like, we're going to go on for another 30 minutes so we could like talk it out with more characters, I was going to scream. Oh my God. Why isn't the whole game like that? Oh, my butt. Oh, my butt. Everything Hurts and I Want to Die. That was so dope. It really is kind of the curse of, I'd say, most Ace Attorney games. Well, almost all of them except I think so far the first one maybe. But it's like there's always a case in the middle that doesn't need to be there, and I wish we were fleshing out more leading into the finale. Except the first one. The first one's perfect. Because you need to see Phoenix and Maya working together, and then Edgeworth join the side of truth and justice. I loved that. I wish that the whole game had that sense of gravity and the cameos and the Cyclops. Like, again, fuck the school case. We could have done without that. But God, I don't know. There's something about like the twists and turns of it, the way that it also like still keeps it within the realm of anticipated gameplay, but also the twists on it are so nice and unexpected. We're gonna take a stand and do this in the destroyed rebel of the courthouse, like, but we're still doing a trial. But like, wait, things are a little different. Like, we can still interject and add things. Technically, there's 2 defendants. We're, going back and looking at a case. I love how this is structured so much. Like, again, it's still technically the same formula, right? On a ones and zeros level. But then, like, making all the details twist and cool, interesting, but still keeps it within that comfortable range. I love how this is done. I think I'm a genius. Praise me. I think it's the cop. 100%. And I'll put in parentheses, even if it's not him, as long as we're not introducing a random other character at the last minute, this is so cool. But I don't know, like it really stuck the landing again in a way to where I'm like, see, I've spent time with Athena at this point. So now that Athena's in danger and I'm playing as Phoenix, someone who I've spent a shit ton of time with, like I've seen him save people and not give up and, be determined to, hey, maybe Pearl shouldn't watch me put her mom in jail for trying to kill her cousin, who's basically like her sister. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen him be such a caring person. So like it laid all that groundwork so I could feel so deeply and feel so connected. And again, it was Phoenix's desperation to bluff. Hold on, let me find evidence. If only I could just like trying to like force something to happen. Even like briefly, it sounds like he was considering fake evidence and bluffing, but like it was a desperation not to win, but so much as a desperation to save his client, save Athena. Like there's a different angle to it that isn't so selfish, but is just as damning and flawed. You need to be able to prove this. You need to be able to get the evidence. Like, I really liked feeling that twist on things when he was contemplating, like, pushing too far, and people were kind of feeding off that energy of you just gonna keep bluffing and try to find some way around this or fabricated evidence or something. I really liked that. I think it was also really true to his character, and it's that temptation to go ahead. Not a spoiler, but I read that the original story intent was that Apollo was going to be corrupted by a dark age of the law prosecutor. I mean, that'd be cool maybe in like an arc in an anime, but how would you do that in this gameplay? Would he become a prosecutor? Because otherwise, a corrupt defense attorney and we're a good defense attorney, how would we interact? We'd snap him out of it because we found the truth on our own. that sounds fine on paper. But I don't know. I think that so far is the bummer. Is I'm like, I feel like there's too many characters now. I'm excited to see what Apollo's gonna bring to this climax. But it sucks to say because it's not fair. But like, I really wish that they had reworked introducing Apollo into the Phoenix stuff more. Because I want to feel that level of closeness and connection with Apollo that I do with Phoenix. A Letter from Maya, seeing Pearl, and there was so much in this one that I'm like, this is fantastic, but like, holy shit, you could have just sprinkled this around, guys. Like, I think it would have been really great to have seen, like, oh, you know, Gavin's here for the stupid statue thing, and Pearl is also there because like she's visiting Phoenix, or Phoenix is being awarded, so like Pearl's here and she gets to bump heads with Gavin a little, not kissing, but like bump heads with Gavin a little bit, like, oh, you know, he's mean, or oh, I like his music, I'm a big fan. That'd be really cool. Like, I'd love to see if you're, because like it was like, oh, Gavin in the school academy high school case, it was a nice Apollo Justice cameo, but I'm like, baby, we just saw you. You know, like it didn't have the same impact. Cool. Be kinder or donate if you're gonna be rude. I'm just gonna put you in timeout for a sec, please. That, please don't backseat game, or oh, you should have done this. Come on. But I would have really liked to have seen. Sorry, I'm trying to refocus here. I guess you should have watched things, liked them, shared them, donated, and all this other shit to boost them more. But this game should have then put the DLC in the game as the game. That's not how DLC works. Sorry. The plan has always been, I'm gonna play these games, and if they go well, we'll do the DLC, or we'll segment off the DLC later, because this is like 10 streams. Anyway, what was I getting at? I was excited about it. It was something that I liked. Right. There's so much in this case that I'm like, oh, I would have loved to have seen a character from Ace Attorney, or from Phoenix Wright trilogy, interact with Gavin. Right? Like, I think you could have had a little more. Now some of the Apollo characters are going to interact with Phoenix characters, you know? Because like it was nice to see Gavin, but and he hasn't had the same screen time, right? But like, that's no Pearl, certainly no Edgeworth. But Edgeworth I've spent 5 games with, but like I've spent a whole trilogy with these characters. So like when Gavin comes up and like he's the big cameo of this case, I'm like, but also, hey, give me a Phoenix character interacting with Gavin, right? Or even like if Emma was occasionally the detective, or just on the case, or there at the academy teaching, I don't know, fingerprints and stuff. Like, I think you could have integrated them a lot more. But God, it really, I'm not going to sit here either and pretend like I didn't love that it became the fucking Phoenix Wright cameo return show. Loved it. I want to feel that level of love when an Apollo Justice character shows up, which again, only one, which is so strange, right? I don't think there was another one. Yeah, I think it was just Gavin. Cause like also that's the other weird thing too, is I'm like, do Apollo and Trucy figure out that their brother sister, that was their mom, you know? But like, I love this. It feels, I guess that would be the best way to describe it. It feels like I skipped an Apollo Justice 2 game, you know? But I love how this is written so far. I do really like Apollo being so detached and like needs to figure it out for himself. Obviously we're missing a lot and we're about to get that information, but like I wish that I knew Clay more, just for starters. But like I'm trying to like follow his logic other than the obvious pain and frustration of like I keep trying to do these cases and now I've been blowed up. You know, like I feel like his anger is more with the person who's destroying things than the system. Unless if it does turn out to be the detective, I would really like that Apollo can't prove it and his anger with the system is this fucking spy infiltrated the police and I'm trying to prove it and you can't trust the system. So like I'm still kind of holding judgment until like we're done, obviously. But like fucking sorry, that really fucking pissed me off. But like I don't know. I really like this feeling. I'm like, I wish Apollo was there for that, but I guess he kind of was. I don't know. We'll see how I feel at the end, but like, I guess I'm just bummed. I want to feel that level of connection. Like I said, like Pearl's coming back and Edgeworth, Jesus. But like, I want to feel that level of like love and excitement and connection with Apollo and his game's characters, you know? And there's still time. There's still another game. But I'm really interested to see how he ties into it. I'm really hoping that it like ties it all together, you know? Because I'm like still kind of like, did Apollo have to be here? Oh, and Trucy. Yeah. Yeah. That's a tough one. Like, again, I'm sitting here and I'm like, it would have been really great to have seen where people talk to Pearl. I love that Pearl showed up, but like, Trucy just totally ditched Phoenix, like, to go off and do her stuff. And then she got captured. And I guess kind of like weirdly, kind of like how I felt in Justice for All, kidnap Pearl and then Trucy's gonna help me save Pearl, right? The newer character cares about the established character just as much as us. But in Justice for All, I felt the opposite, where I was like, again, I'm playing the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, so I'm like, Maya's gonna be fine. Why not kidnap Pearl? She's the new character. But I liked how different that was. Like it wasn't purely focused on Trucy, almost to a fault. I kind of wish Trucy and Pearl were with us as we investigated more. Because I still don't feel that sense of, oh no, what's gonna happen? Will they kill off a big character like that? No. I'm like, I don't think Trucy's going to die off screen, and I think they did it better because it wasn't the primary focus. Phoenix cares because it's Athena. Like, I think they really kind of reworked and kind of mastered. If you have to do the side character kidnapping element at all in an Ace Attorney case, this was way better than Justice for All for me. Because it wasn't such the focal point. Phoenix wasn't pushing and pushing and pushing, thinking strictly of Trucy, to the point where I'm like, Trucy could have been outside going, "Oh no, Daddy, there's hostages." But like the thing that fueled him wasn't, "Oh no, a character might die." Because I'm like, you're not gonna kill that character. Stop. You know, it's kind of that Looney Tunes logic, right? Wile E. Coyote's fine. Bugs Bunny's gonna escape from the ropes before the train shows up. You're not in any real danger. But I think they navigated that so well here to where it's like a part of it, but like that wasn't too big a part of it. And what shined more was the characters persevering and caring about each other. Again, almost to the point where I'm like, maybe the kidnapping didn't have to happen. And I'll even kind of argue that here so far. We're not done. I feel like we could have just asked the judge to let us set up the trial in the destroyed courtroom, because Simon Blackwell's he's the prosecutor and he's going to die tomorrow, right? But I don't know. I really liked this. Like, I think it had just amazing callbacks with, especially the Black Cyclops was really cool. But I don't know. I think they just tragically, rightfully so, went back to what was familiar, and it was really smart. I just want them to, and I guess they're going to, because it ended with Apollo Justice showing up. But I'm like, please incorporate Apollo Justice better into this. Please, 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 please. I want him here too. Like, I was starting to really groove and gel with the character, and now I'm Athena, and now I'm Phoenix, and now Athena needs help, and Phoenix is gonna help her. So like, please stick this landing with Apollo. But as far as the Phoenix part of it goes and the Athena part, absolutely nailed it. Bring it home. Good God, I need Apollo to feel more a part of this. Anyway, we've gone super over time. I'm exhausted, and I have to get back to filming and stuff tomorrow. But yeah, there you guys go. We will pick up for the finale on Thursday. It seems like this is pretty evenly split in half, so probably about the same length. We won't shoot for that, but yeah, I'm going to count on this being an hour or so longer than normal. This one was almost an hour longer, so I'm sorry for that. But we got through. Thank you so much for watching and hanging out. Links in the description as always, next to my P.O. box and merch store and all that stuff. To a card for social awareness, mental health, crisis science, Trevor Project, things like that. Should you or someone you know need them. Yeah. Let's let this thing go out with a bang. Again, being supportive, hitting the like, watching the streams, contributing positively, donating, being a channel member, sharing the links. Those are ways to help with the analytics to encourage more. Oh, you should have's isn't going to help. And frankly, oh, you should have watched all the other streams too and been an active part of them, because I didn't see anyone chime in about the DLC being important at all until 20 minutes ago. So please remember to be kind, be positive, and be supportive, especially if you want more. Sorry, but that's just how it goes. Analytics, good vibes, those are the ways to fucking make sure that there are more. So please remember that. Please remember kindness. Okay? Whatever your intention is, check your impact. Please. Please. Let's keep having fun. All right? Anyway, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, ringing the bell, and checking the settings and setting them to all and all that crap, donating and becoming a member, donating here or at thethirdbill.com or Patreon or whatever the hell. Those are all great ways to support me and encourage more Ace Attorney, like the DLC, like Spirit of Justice, like the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yeah. Barking at me and coulda, woulda, shouldas will do the opposite. So, Let's remember to be kind. Let's remember to be nice. Let's remember to be productive and supportive. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope to see you next time I upload or go live. I hope everyone's staying safe. Please be safe right now. Again, links in the description should you or someone you don't need them. Be mindful of others. Remember to take care of yourselves, please.